in the opening race. That is my best bet of the day to get us kick-started. All right, money back race today, and it's a good one. It's our featured 8th race. Again, if you bet a horse to win and they run second or third, get up to $10 back again on your first wager only. And then we mentioned those tournaments at Twin Spires, Tony. Big one coming up on Saturday. It's $1,000 to get in. It is an NHC guaranteed 2 entries and a BCBC guaranteed 1 entry qualifier. It's a big money contest. It incorporates the races not only from Churchill Downs, but Pennsylvania Derby Day, which has been drawn at Parks. But this is a great tournament if you've got the bankroll. If you don't, these feeder tournaments that play awfully well, $96 to get in the feeder tournament today.
Yeah, I like the feeder angle. It's hard to come up with that $1,000 in one fell swoop. $96 is much more sensible for an everyday player. And, get lucky in the feeder, and all of a sudden you're dancing with the big boys, and next thing you know, you're off to Vegas, or you're competing for a heck of a tournament in that Breeders' Cup tournament. That's the one that I always had my eye on.
No doubt about it. End of the season. We will be racing live here at Churchill Downs during Breeders' Cup in Southern California this year. 14 minutes to post time, and again, I got ahead of myself earlier when it came to the A grid. We had other stuff to take care of first. We do have that now. Let's take a look at it, Tony. And I mentioned, there are some races on the grid where, you went 4 deep in race number 5, a race where Kevin's got a lone A. I've got the same horse. It's not in your top 4. That could be a key race. You look where we narrowed a little bit in race number 6, but Kevin's got a different top pick. You've got a lone A. I've got 2 horses in there, one of which is your top pick. Narrow a little bit again in race number 7, where you've got a different lone A than Kevin and I have. Just goes to show you, you've got opinions. You've got to narrow them down. You got to pick your spots. Where are your lone A's? Where are you going to spread out? Gives the betting public an opportunity to take a look at what we're thinking, and maybe they can utilize it to their advantage.
Obviously, there's a few races where I've had to single up that I would like more runners. That 5th race, I would like to have as many as I could. Same being said for the nightcap, but we have to do what we do. So it's been pretty cool. I like it. I think it's a good addition to what we're doing, and it makes up when your top pick's not really coming through, or he finishes second, but then your other A beats him. You're like, okay, top pick didn't quite get there, but at least my A selection stepped up.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of good feedback on this with people saying, hey, I'm playing pick 3s, I'm playing pick 4s, I'm playing pick 5s or the Derby City 6. They see which horses we like the most in those races in the sequence, and they can utilize their opinions and kind of build around it. So hopefully this is a service that the horse players out there find to be advantageous to them. All right, opening race. Take a look at the 7, Tony. That is Sir Ollie, your top pick here, getting bet to 2-1. I know you've become a quick fan of Juan Cano over your first several months here in Kentucky.
Yeah, he really impressed me a lot with what I saw this past winter at Turfway Park, and it just seems like when he gets his hands on horses, they seem to really step up their game in a quick time. This one has been gelded. In for 16, I think he makes a lot of sense. With the big scratch of number 3, Appeal Denied, I think that it helped me land on Sir Ollie as a likely pacemaker from the far outside. I'm not in love with the 2-1 price. I think there are other horses in here that are worthy of consideration, but from a speed standpoint, the presence of Juan gelding, I'm going to go with 7. Sir Ollie is my top pick.
Yeah, he looked good too back when he went over 7 furlongs at Ellis. Voided claim in the mud most recently. Juan putting him in a position where he fits like a glove, outside draw, speed in a race that doesn't have a lot of it. I'm hoping that my top pick, Burnin' Hunk of Love, can sit close enough to Sir Ollie to wear him down in the stretch. He's had prior success a long time ago, in fact, here at Churchill Downs. First run in the Joe Sharp barn. I did mention to Kevin Kilroy earlier, we talked about Carl Broberg retiring from training. There's a lot of horses that got to go to other trainers, and this one wound up in an advantageous situation with Joe Sharp. Jose Ortiz trying to get off the schneid after a slow start to the meet. And Joe's had a lot of time with this horse. You see how many workouts the horse has had at Ellis leading up to this. Puts him in a $16,000 claimer, and Joe's on a nice little roll right now.
You know, I heard you talking earlier in Churchill Downs today about where the winners are coming from, and we've been seeing a lot of winners come from Churchill Downs and taking the summer off. Well, this one raced at Lone Star, but he's taken the majority of the summer off.
Yeah.
Gives him a chance to get freshened up, like you say, get acquainted with Joe's training style. And the last time he found himself far, far back. If you look at his running lines, he likes to stay into the race. So I would anticipate him being somewhat forwardly positioned. He's not going to be 13 lengths out of it.
Good juju for David Jacobson. Having a tough time getting a gauge on the Jacobson horses.
I agree.
Where they fit in with our colony. That's a horse that has run at Churchill way back when, a win and a second. Dull form in the last two, but that last race, Tony, Delaware Park was a much tougher spot than this. The 1-9 winner is 7 for 10 this year.
Yeah.
The runner-up, a grade 3 placed horse earlier this year for the same trainer, David Jacobson. So now you get a pretty significant drop with a horse that's capable, but a horse that's probably going to be a little bit too far out of it.
Yeah, you know, once upon a time, this horse used to kind of get into the races a little earlier, but the more you look at it, those were in longer races. Going 6 furlongs, he's had to propel himself from farther out of it. Good company lines, as you mentioned. Sometimes it's a tough gauge when you see only a 5-horse field. Then you dive into that chart and you get to see who he was really up against.
Right, exactly. That's the advantage of a DRF formula.
It is.
For sure. All West has had a great career, Tony. 43 starts, 367,000 in the bank. Lots of thirds on the resume, including the most recent go. This is a rare horse that's won from distances between 6 furlongs and upwards of 9. He's seen better days, but he's still knocking on the door in some of these races.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool horse, an 8-year-old that's made a ton of money with a lot of thirds, doubling the amount of wins. So far, 2024 might be the worst, calendar year for him, not being able to get to the winner's circle. I mean, just look at his form last year with 6 out of 8 in the money and making $117,000.
Santa Cruiser might be the value. He's 14-1. We both have him prominent in our picks. He got really good here last September.
Yeah, he has ability, and I thought I saw a favorable Tim Vanberg stat. Yep, 27% of his last 66 starters, 90 days away, have an ROI of 2.34, and that good 27%.
All right, pick 5, low 15% takeout, first of 9 on a beautiful Wednesday. Main track fast here at Churchill Downs. Good luck.
On the track for the first race, scratch number 3, appeal denied. 8 minutes to post. Late scratch, scratch number 5, Burnin' Hunk of Love. A late scratch in here, scratch number 5, Burnin' Hunk of Love. Refunds of all wagers concerning number 5. A late scratch, scratch the 5. Less than a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Waiting for Santa Cruiser and Sirali. They're the gate. And they're off. Sirali stumbled coming out. Santa Cruiser breaks in stride. Sirali recovers, comes on to challenge for the top spot. So these two go head and head down the backstretch. A break of a length and a half back to All West, who comes on to be third. Improbable Story toward the inside fourth. And at the back in the early going is Good Juju. So down the backstretch run, Sirali comes on to take a clear lead and hits the far turn with All West coming on to challenge. And Santa Cruiser is relegated back to third while inside. So they're on the far turn. Sirali the leader by half a length. All West prompting second. Santa Cruiser keeping pace third. 5 back to Good Juju, an Improbable Story. Good Juju trying to muster up a rally on that one's outside. They're both getting a bit closer as they come for the top of the stretch. Sirali and All West shoulder to shoulder off the turn. Santa Cruiser pops outside for another try. Improbable Story and Good Juju down the center, racing for the 8th pole. All West is up for a short lead. Sirali fights on. Santa Cruiser bearing down. Improbable Story bearing down. Good Juju bearing down. All West needs the wire. Santa Cruiser, Improbable Story, photo! All West was desperate to hold, and Improbable Story made it tight. Santa Cruiser and Good Juju. Number 4, All West first. Number 1, Improbable Story was second. Number 6, Santa Cruiser third. Number 2, Good Juju was fourth. It's not official. Just a reminder, the scratch of number 5, Burden Hunk of Love, before the race, so refunds there. But also, with that scratch, the Superfecta was canceled in this race. So if you wagered on a Superfecta, you're entitled to a refund of the Super in this first race. In the winner's circle is All West, a 8-year-old son of Flashback from Clear Distinction by Stormcat, owned by Matthew White and Will Wetzel, trained by T.D. Vance. The winning jockey, Mitchell Murrow. All West, bred in Kentucky by the Gary and Mary West Stables. The time for the race was 1:09.68 seconds. Official on the opener today. In the second race, number 8, Arthur, 5 pounds over. Second race, number 8 is 5 pounds over. There's 24 minutes to post. They're the gate. And they're off. Sorali stumbled coming out. Santa Cruiser breaks in stride. Sorali recovers, comes on to challenge for the top spot. So these two go head and head down the backstretch. A break of a length and a half back to All West, who comes on to be third. Improbable Story toward the inside fourth. And at the back in the early going is Good Juju. So down the backstretch run, Sorali comes on to take a clear lead and hits the far turn with All West coming on to challenge. And Santa Cruiser is relegated back to third while inside. So they're on the far turn. Sorali the leader by half a length. All West prompting second. Santa Cruiser keeping pace third. 5 back to Good Juju and Improbable Story. Good Juju trying to muster up a rally on that one's outside. They're both getting a bit closer as they come for the top of the stretch. Sorali and All West shoulder to shoulder off the turn. Santa Cruiser pops outside for another try. Improbable Story and Good Juju down the center, racing for the 8th pole. All West is up for a short lead. Sorali fights on. Santa Cruiser bearing down. Improbable Story bearing down. Good Juju bearing down. All West needs the wire. Santa Cruiser, Improbable Story, photo. All West was desperate to hold, and Improbable Story made it tight. Santa Cruiser and Good Juju.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. And now you can race to victory with TwinSpires tournaments.
Three-horse photo finish in an exciting opener, getting the gray nose down all west for the 8th time in his career. Mitchell Merle, Tom Vance teaming up. And yeah, we had all west in a stalking position, a little bit further back with Santa Cruiser flying late. The improbable one, improbable story. And when all is said and done and the dust settles, it is all west who claims a victory.
Pretty cool for him. He's getting closer to $400,000 in earnings. Sir Ollie had the stumbling start. I don't know if that cost him getting a little closer or better placing, but you could tell when All West, who continually runs in longer races, was really into it. That usually bodes well for them.
Yep, no doubt about it. All right, so we've got horse racing here on a regular basis, live at Churchill Downs, also via TwinSpires, but also here at Churchill, right beneath the Aristides Loft, the Aristides Lounge, is the Sportsbook. As we take a look at, the proceedings there, and you can wager on
the Raiders.
That's right. Did you have them on the money line? I mean, my God, Baltimore. That was a tough loss for them. Gardner Minshew doing what Gardner Minshew sometimes does.
You're the one who tried to tell me to believe in him. I'm more of a believer in Mad Max Crosby, that's for
sure. But there you go. Just, spacious, lots of games on the screen, very easy to wager. We hear some loud cheers from down there for both sports, particularly on Saturdays and Sundays, college and pro football, and of course, horse racing as well. So check out the Churchill Downs, the sports book in the Aristides Lounge area, right beneath where we are here on the TwinSpires Saturday. 14 minutes to post time for race number 2, start of the early pick 4. Let's send it down to Caitlin Free. I want to try to double my money here, Caitlin, at least.
Yeah, we're going to try here with the number 5. That is double your money, 6-1 when I last looked. And this is a horse that is a little bit of a wild card in this race. I thought there was a couple of different directions you could look here. And this horse is going to be cutting back in distance today, is trained by Juan Cano. And Cano has won 12% of his last 74 starts with a horse that is going from a longer distance race back to a sprint race for an ROI of $3.03. That is a flash set courtesy of Brisnet here coming up in this race. Another positive ROI for Cano is 16% of his last 157 starts with the horse first up off the claims. This horse does fit both of those builds coming into this race, and this is a son of DeMarchalet that is going to be moving over to the main track after runs on both the all-weather and the turf. And you wouldn't think this is really dirt compatible breeding at all, but DeMarchalet has good numbers, although not a huge sample size from dirt starters, but anything from that Dubawi line over the dirt goes back to American dirt breeding anyhow. So I think there's a chance you could maybe take a look at this horse in here.
All right, thanks, Caitlin. 13 minutes of post time. And again, we thank Nas Dixon for that information via the flash stats as we are 13 minutes of post time for race number 2. And there you see double your money. I thought a little bit of an outsider in here, but the tote board says otherwise. Getting some play. Any interest, Tony?
Well, now that I realize Juan has recently claimed this, I'll say this. I like Juan when he's got a price horse, and this one is fitting that bill at 6-1. I like a few others more, though.
All right, let's bounce around to several of the others. Co-5, the 2 favorites are the 2 Air Cave. Talk about him in a moment. Let's go to my top pick, the 6 Brazen Boy. Has been chasing good winners in the last couple, Tony, at Alice Global Stage and Regal Ray. Both very sharp right now. Regal Ray's won 2 in a row. A Brazen Boy in the chasing queue in both of those. Should be in a good forward position again today and might be able to seal the deal.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I think he deserves to be the favorite when it's all said and done. He's run back-to-back good second place finishes to horses that have been in pretty good form. Nice outside post, a logical player.
Now that being said, you took the horse that was 3.5 lengths behind Brazen Boy in their recent encounter in Protege.
Well, Protege, I thought, made a decent first impression when he came back to the races in the middle of July. I thought that race wasn't too bad. He was into it, and he got a little tired in the concluding stages. Came back a little quick on a little less than 3.5 weeks and just kind of ran an even third. The reason why I've landed on Protege, A, little bit of loyalty, and B, his best figure in his life was his very first start over this surface. He's the only horse who has a victory here at Churchill Downs, and you're getting a nice 9-2.
Yeah, there you go. Julian Leproux inching closer to 3,000 wins in his career. Stumbled at the start, rushed up, hung out 3 wide pressing, 5 wide off the far turn. No match for the top 2 late, but reasons for that, and was clearly best of the rest. Move over to the 7, Tan Man Can. This is Kevin Kilroy's top pick. I've got picked 3rd. You've got picked 2nd. Chris Hartman, 9-2, not overly live in the win pool. Tony, talk about this one, and I'll check to see if we're live in the multi-race wagers.
Well, he needed his last start. He had been away since graduating in early January at Fairgrounds, and he resurfaces here in early September at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. He's been a favorite in both of his career starts. The thing that intrigued me about Tan Man Can is that Chris opted to utilize the waiver on the comeback bid, and now he has stepped them up to $30,000. Perhaps this was the plan all along. Let's get a prep into him at Horseshoe, Indianapolis for a little lesser claiming tag, and we're going to run him in the race we want to with the big persons here at Kentucky. I think he makes a lot of sense.
He is the 3rd choice, which makes a lot of sense as well in the daily doubles. Might be a little bit more live. Pick 3 going into the next race here, but should get the right trip and up there at a very playable 7-2, same price on the morning line. Let's move over to the 2 Air Cave. This one for Brad Cox. And Brad started this one at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Won the race. You know, Calumet likes to take shots, Tony. And you go from a Horseshoe, Indianapolis, narrow maiden special weight win to the Grade 1 Champaign, to another stake at Aqueduct, to the Gotham. That did not go well. I would venture to say those weren't Brad's choices. This is his choice, dropping in for 30. I can tell you that.
He's got good company lines. I have the utmost respect for Sahalat. He's one of my favorites. I believe we're going to get to see him coming up this weekend. How's Your Attitude, I think, is scheduled to race in a stakes race. You see other good company lines, Timberlake, Deterministic. You know, if he's going to fire his shot, this is his best chance in a while.
Long shots, the rest. Number 1, Jam and Justice, blinkers on. This is an Indiana bred for Connor Murphy, racing here at the Churchill Downs when Horseshoe, Indianapolis is open. I find that a little bit curious.
Yeah, I didn't know what to make of him. There were quite a few others here that I fancied more.
Number 3 is Untroubled for Eduardo Caramori. Has not been close since the victory at Horseshoe Indianapolis way back in June of 2023. Does add Lasix for the first time in the 7-race career.
And he's dropping in for a claiming tag for the first time in the 7-race career. I'm always skeptical when 2-year-olds are pretty successful to start their careers and then their form goes south. He's going to have to step up his game.
Number 8 is Arthur. Movie from way back. Who is in
Dudley
that?
Moore.
Dudley Moore. That's
Look at that. That's how old I am.
Yeah, no, I mean, I vaguely remember it too, Tony. Outside draw, cutting back in distance, and a slight drop in class.
And we did not discuss that, by the way. So that was I came up with that one pretty quick for you.
No, you did. No, it's a Wednesday, and you're much more on your game.
Yeah, right. Well, you're going to bring up movies that I saw in the 70s and 80s. I've got a fighting chance.
All right, we'll talk about Benji coming up here after the break as we move forward on the card from races 2 to 3. Pick 4 starts here. We've got 5 to 2 on the number 6. That is double. Wait a minute. Number 6 is Brazen Boy. That's
Brazen
my
Boy,
top pick.
yeah.
We'll go with him. We got co-favorites with the number 2, Air Cave, the class dropper for Brad Cox. Horse is heading out onto the racetrack. Good luck.
On the track for the second race today, number 8 is 5 pounds over. Double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, pick 4, high 5, 7 minutes. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is post time. Waiting for Protege, Tan Man Can, and Arthur. They're in the gate. And they're off. Jam and Justice right into stride. Protege with good speed too. Untroubled is also there. Brazen Boy toward the outside. Farther out is Tan Man Can. That is Double Your Money. Arthur, and at the back early is Air Cav. Down the backstretch, Jam and Justice on through to take a clear lead and strides out willingly. Speeds off to lead by 2.5 lengths, putting Untroubled on the chase in second, and so too Protege third. Brazen Boy perched out 3 wide for the far turn run fourth. Double Your Money heads over to the inside to save ground fifth, only 3.5 lengths off the lead. Tan Man Can's coming under pressure with 3 furlongs to go. Then it's Air Cav, and at the back is Arthur. Round the far turn, Jam and Justice fired off a quarter in 21 seconds flat and heads for home, still in front. Jam and Justice off the turn, short lead. Protege's right there. Brazen Boy's been traveling well. Double Your Money is fourth. Furlong to go. Jam and Justice, tenuous lead. Protege right alongside. Nose in front for Protege. Brazen Boy runs up on that one's outside. Down to these two. Protege's determined. Brazen Boy trying to push on by. Getting closer, and it's tight. Nose is up and down. Brazen Boy or Protege, Protege or Brazen Boy. Farther back, Double Your Money and Jam and Justice. Number 6, Brazen Boy first. Number 4, Protege was second. Number 5, Double Your Money was third. Number 1, Jam and Justice was fourth. And number 8, Arthur fifth, not official. It's official. Brazen Boys, a 4-year-old son of Jimmy Creed from What a Sassy Gal by Mineshaft, owned by John and Brittany Turlip, trained by Jordan Blair. The winning jockey, Taurus. Brazen Boy bred in Kentucky by Brittany Turlip, one of the owners. The time for the race was 109.71. Official on race number 2. We turn the page to race number 3. Machado is riding number 3. Gabe Saya is riding number 6. Number 5 is a bound over. Post time in 24 minutes. And they're off. Jam and Justice right into stride. Protege with good speed too. Untroubled is also there. Brazen Boy toward the outside. Farther out is Tan Man Can. That is Double Your Money. Arthur, and at the back early is Air Cav. Down the backstretch, Jam and Justice on through to take a clear lead and strides out willingly. Speeds off to lead by 2.5 lengths, putting Untroubled on the chase in second, and so too Protege third. Brazen Boy perched out 3 wide for the far turn run fourth. Double Your Money heads over to the inside to save ground fifth, only 3.5 lengths off the lead. Tan Man Can's coming under pressure with 3 furlongs to go. Then it's Air Cav, and at the back is Arthur. Round the far turn, Jam and Justice fired off a quarter in 21 seconds flat and heads for home, still in front. Jam and Justice off the turn, short lead. Protege's right there. Brazen Boy's been traveling well. Double Your Money is fourth. Furlong to go. Jam and Justice, tenuous lead. Protege right alongside. Nose in front for Protege. Brazen Boy runs up on that one's outside. Down to these two. Protege's determined. Brazen Boy trying to push on bys, getting closer, and it's tight. Noses up and down. Brazen Boy or Protege, Protege or Brazen Boy. Farther back, Double Your Money and Jam and Justice.
When you get proven quality at lower than low prices with Kroger brand products, it feels like you're winning. Find the proven quality you love at lower than low prices with Kroger brand products. Only at Kroger. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Let's go and never say never.
The roar of the crowd is back. They're in the gate and they're off. Seats get degrees on the far outside. Here comes Field Day. Field Day gets up to win it.
Another photo finish in race number 2, this time a 2-horse photo between 2 horses that are very well acquainted with one another. Brazen Boy edging Protege. Tony, your 7-1 top pick, ran too well to lose there.
Yeah, Brazen Boy figured, and he came through, just wearing down my top selection Protege. Hard fought, tough beat, but that's horse racing.
That's horse racing,
yes,
yep.
It is.
7-1 on the runner-up, behind the 6-5 favorite who gets it done, Brazen Boy, Jaime Torres, and Jordan Blair. Okay, let's move on to race number 3, start of a rolling pick 3. Don't forget the Derby City 6 with a carryover pool just shy of 140,000 begins in race number 4, so do take note of that. As we send it down to Caitlin Free, Curlin's in charge. Took a long time, Caitlin, to break the maiden. Now looking for 3 wins in a row.
He is, and this is a horse that you could probably call what I use as the light bulb angle. It takes a lot of time for these horses to break the maiden, but something goes right. When they break the maiden, they figure out they can win, so they keep continuing to do it. But Curlin's in charge, looking for win number 3 today. It's going to be sent out here by Team Asmus, and Eric is going to be aboard for Father Steve. And I like seeing horses for barns that once they get claimed away, they claim them right back. This is an example of that. But if you look further into the entries for Asmussen, you're going to see Keith Asmussen is back in the entries this weekend, coming back pretty quickly off of serious injury that occurred here at the beginning of June. He broke his leg, he broke several of his ribs, was a pretty long road to recovery, but he's been back on horses in the morning for several weeks now, so he's anxious to get back to the races, and we're happy to see Keith back. That is for sure. He's got entries here on Sunday as well, and a few next week at Horseshoe Indianapolis, so Keith's going to be back here on Saturday.
Well, thanks, Caitlin. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Papa Steve divvies up those mounts once he's got both boys back in the saddle at the same track.
How quickly some jockeys mend.
Amazing.
I couldn't imagine some of the injuries they go through, and then just in a matter of a few months, they're back at it again.
Yeah, youth, good
I
diets,
guess, yeah.
I'm guessing, for the most part.
A couple of things I don't have of late.
You've been avoiding the snack table, though. I give you a lot of credit. So, yeah, it'll be great to see Keith back in the saddle. Curlin's in charge on the lead, 2 back going 9 furlongs, and nobody else wanted the lead that day, and then reverting back to his off-the-pace style. He could make it 3 in a row against this field. I just prefer a couple of others a little bit more.
I have included him on my A list, so we're hoping he can run a big race. Like Caitlin mentioned, Steve thought enough to reclaim him. Versatility, showing he can go to the lead when nobody else wants it, and showing he can sit a trip when they want to fly early. So I think he's in with a puncher's chance.
Let's go to the 2. The bearded handicapper Jeff Riggs, one of the members, host of the Auxiliary Gate podcast, checking in, made sure to text me to make sure that I looked at the Will Pays this race. Colomeo is absolutely hammered in the daily doubles and is also very live in the pick threes. 5-1 was never happening, Tony. He's 9-5. He's got class edge, so to speak, sans that last race where he was in for 16 on the turf. He's got fast races to go back to. Blinkers on, blinkers off, coming back off. Last time this horse raced without blinkers, was very rank early, had a very tough trip, was kind of checked along. That was the Fairgrounds race against Starters on March 3rd. This is the kind of horse that I'm sure is driving Keith DeSormo nuts because he's got more talent than he's produced in the afternoons. Maybe he's found his friends on the dirt today.
Yeah, he's in against not a lot of world beaters, not some tough competition. 9-5 seems just maybe a tad short. Technically, he has never really won a race on dirt. He was awarded that one lone win with a DQ.
Summer and Aiken was 7-1 when he went gate to wire at Ellis Park on July the 20th. He's the same price today, and in that race, Tony, he looked like he might get loose on the lead. Today might be a similar type scenario. Francisco Arrieta was aboard in that race. He's well mounted this afternoon. Summer and Aiken might be offering some value again.
Yeah, I liked him on the 20th of July, and he rewarded me at 7-1. I'm hoping he can shake free. He's had a pretty good 2024, with the exception of the 1st of May race, but he desperately needed that affair. I could see him getting the lead, and I like the job Michael Pino does with his trainees. Isatude
would potentially be compromised if the pace is slow. He likes to come from a little bit out of it. I like that grinding win he scored off the turf at Horseshoe Indianapolis, 2 back. 5th on the grass in his most recent start for Anna Navarrete, who does a really good job with the horses she has in her barn, winning races at a 20% clip, and Jared Loveberry's aboard a lot of those winners.
Yeah, some races that make sense. That race 2 back has them going in the right direction. You look at the most recent race here at Churchill back in late June. That was a quick race for the level. They went 9-3 for 20,000 N2L. I know the back variant's a little light with that 9, but still, he's got some races that could put him in the mix.
7 Mad Adam was 7-2, almost 4-1 off a long layoff last out at Ellis. That was a race I did not think Upstriker could lose. He didn't, but Mad Adam, he did. And Mad Adam made it interesting, at least on paper. I think he might be a little bit dressed up off of that race.
I would have to agree. Upstriker really didn't give a good account of himself the other day in a race in which there wasn't a lot to deal with. I'm kind of against this horse as well.
Number 6, Long Crow is... He's only 5. I thought he was like 10 this horse. I've seen a lot of him. We haven't seen much of him in the winner's circle, though.
I didn't know a lot about him, and I remember I picked him on the 2nd of May early on, my first week in action.
Don't tell the public what I said.
I won't say it then, but basically he ran the way Joe kind of told me the way he runs. He comes with runs, and maybe one day he'll break through against a group. I'll tell you what, for a horse who has been odds on in his last 2, those are some short prices for Long Crow in those last couple of races.
True.
At Belterra.
6 will be Rich, has won 2 of his last 3. Matt Sims does a nice job. Deshaun Parker, is he really here to ride this horse?
No, it's the X-Men.
Okay, you got a rider
believe,
change.
yes.
I thought I was going to say, hey, shout out to Deshaun, but yeah. And then Star Nation did run second, last out, a little bit of a deeper out the back closer. Big price here in race number 3. Rolling pick 3 here in the 3rd event. Don't forget about the Derby City 6 jackpot carryover. That's race 4, $137,000 plus. If you haven't started constructing your ticket yet, I suggest you do so. Good luck.
On the track, race number 3. Machado rides number 3. Number 5's a pound over. Gabe Saez rides number 6. 7 minutes to post. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached a starting gate. It's post time. Waiting for Summer and Aiken, Mad Adam, and Isitude. They're in the gate. And they're off. Colomio sent hard from the inside post. 6 will be Rich's there. Summer and Aiken comes on 3 wide, and Mad Adam backs off them and settles in behind the first 3 who are right across the track on the clubhouse turn. And it's Colomio down inside with an arrow advantage. 6 will be Rich, prompting second, and Summer and Aiken keeping pace on the outside third. Those 3 right across the track, a margin of 2.5. Back to Curlin's in charge, who settles into 4th, just ahead of Mad Adam running in 5th. Isitude is out in 6th, and then it's a margin of 6 back to Star Nation and Long Crow, the 2 trailers 10 lengths off the lead. And there's 5 furlongs to go. They went that opening quarter in 23-3, and it's Colomio heading down the backstretch with 6 will be Rich prompting. And Curlin's in charge is keyed up. Curlin's in charge is keyed up and behind them third. Raced up on the leader's heels, but is still tucked in toward the rail as they hit the far turn. Summer and Aiken has tailed off a bit outside of Mad Adam. Isitude starts to muster up a rally. Star Nation's gotten closer, and so too is Long Crow. Round the far turn, Colomio still the leader. 6 will be Rich, still right there second. Curlin's in charge, comes off the rail. Isitude comes on as well. Mad Adam down inside, they're off the turn. Colomio still in front and is the one to catch, and spurts away to lead by a clear length. 6 will be Rich is plugging away. Curlin's in charge goes back to the rail. Then it's Mad Adam. Long Crow coming down the center. Final 16th. Colomio. Curlin's in charge is getting closer. So is the wire. Colomio holds on by a long neck to Curlin's in charge, who settles for second. Then it was either 6 will be Rich or Long Crow. Number 2, Colomio first. Number 5, Curlin's in charge second. Number 3, 6, Will Be Rich was third. 6, Long Crow fourth. And 7, Matt Adam was fifth. Not official. Colomio's a 4-year-old son of Constitution from Graceland Kitten by Kitten's Joy, owned by Big Chief Racing, trained by Keith DeSormo. The winning jockey, James Graham, bred in New York by EKQ Stables Corporation. The time for the race was 1:43.93 seconds. Not official. Let's look ahead to race number 4 while we wait for that official decree. The 4th race today kicks off the Derby City 6, the carryover, 137,000. Scratch the 5, Higginsville. A late workout number 9 on the 29th of August at Churchill, 4 furlongs, 49 breezing. That's for number 9 in race number 4. Still waiting for race number 3 to go official. They're in the gate. And they're off. Colomio sent hard from the inside post. 6 Will Be Rich is there. Summer Nakin comes on 3 wide, and Matt Adam backs off them and settles in behind the first 3, who are right across the track on the clubhouse turn. And it's Colomio down inside with an arrow advantage. 6 Will Be Rich prompting second, and Summer Nakin keeping pace on the outside third. Those 3 right across the track. A margin of 2.5. Back to Curlin's in charge, who settles into 4th, just ahead of Matt Adam running in 5th. Isitude is out in 6th. And then it's a margin of 6. back to Star Nation and Long Crow. The two trailers 10 lengths off the lead. And there's 5 furlongs to go. They went that opening quarter in 23-3. And it's Colomio heading down the backstretch with 6 Will Be Rich prompting. And Curlin's in Charge is keyed up. Curlin's in Charge is keyed up and behind them third. Raced up on the leader's heels, but is still tucked in toward the rail as they hit the far turn. Summer Aiken has tailed off a bit outside of Mad Adam. Isitude starts to muster up a rally. Star Nation's gotten closer, and so too is Long Crow. Round the far turn, Colomio still the leader. 6 Will Be Rich still right there second. Curlin's in Charge comes off the rail. Isitude comes on as well. Mad Adam down inside. They're off the turn. Colomio still in front and is the one to catch and spurts away to lead by a clear length. 6 Will Be Rich is plugging away. Curlin's in Charge goes back to the rail. Then it's Mad Adam. Long Crow coming down the center. Final 16th. Colomio. Curlin's in Charge is getting closer. So is the wire. Colomio holds on by a long neck to Curlin's in Charge, who settles for second. That it was either 6 Will Be Rich or Long Crow.
Kentucky Derby. Woodford Reserve Bourbon is a spectacle for the senses.
live on the tote board in the Will Pays and in the race 5-1 in the morning line. That was never happening, but Even Money was short on Colomeo, or was it? He won the race and won it pretty authoritatively there. James Graham, Keith DeSormo teaming up and found his friends today, Kevin.
Yeah, found his friends. Maybe DeSormo's got another good one in the last race, Optical. He's got the experience edge over that field, but 2 in a row for you, Joe K. Nice picking.
Yeah, thank you. It's better than 4 consecutive top pick finishing last.
That was more fun. We laughed more.
That was last Friday. Yeah. Got that one out of our system. All right, let's take a look at the Derby City 6 jackpot and a huge payout on Sunday. And earlier we were a little bit off on our payoff amount. It was actually a lot more than I thought when I was going through the graphic. So let's take a look at that first. There were some price shots. There was a potential single universal style in the Sunday Disruptor at 3-5. The rest of them were very square. Nobody higher than 10-1, Kevin, but nobody else lower than 4-1. Tough to connect all of these dots, which is the challenge.
Yeah, that's always the challenge, right? And beating horses like Princess Madison and Vivi's Dream in race 8, that's very, very helpful. Some other short price horses in there. Kentucky Smoke Show first time starter kicked things off. $19,000. You want to get paid, people? Derby City 6, you got to look at it.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's not even a jackpot payout. The 10% to carry over from Sunday into today. We had a couple of full carryovers last week. It's already up to 137,000 plus. So let's take our swings, Kev.
All right, so going to spread a little bit in this one, which, you know what, maybe with seeing how this one's being bet and with the scratch of the 5, I'm not getting too much value there, but definitely going to be alive. If I added one to the first leg, it'd be the 4. I was interested in this one. I'll say more about Gotta Have Dreams, but definitely live on the board. I'm going to single El Gunner. Sharpest horse, I think, in the race coming in from Belterra Park for Ennis. That one is one I'm going to lean on. Tallahatchie Bridge, my best bet of the day. With the scratch of the speed in there, Global Sensation does seem like the one who will be able to get the lead. It was in great form for Juan Cano, so maybe you want to add the 4 to race number 6. Going to go 2 and 7 with Sister Kisses and Idaloo. I think those are the ones that you want to lean on. Beat that favorite there, Little Blaze. And 3, 7, 10, Finster, Bilal, Save the Trees, all I need in the feature. And I need all of them, Joe, in the last race.
Yeah.
It's just hard to make sense of that RNA level with one start under the belt, about even in terms of figures coming out of it. First-time starters look dangerous, and then, of course, as I mentioned, Optical definitely has that seasoning over the rest.
A couple of years ago, Scott Shapiro was 5 for 5 in his Derby City 6 ticket for the public. He had all in the last race, so we knew he was going to hit it, just a matter of who. That's a pretty good feeling.
It's a
when
good
you
feeling.
put yourself in that position.
It's a good feeling. Let's get in that position.
All right, let's see if we
Horses,
can do
cooperate with me. Come on.
All right, race number 4 is where it kicks off, and let's take a look at my ticket here. I'm a little bit skinnier in the 4th race. 2, 3, and 8 are my horses. I've got some, what happened there? Got some double ups in a couple of the other races. I got no singles on my ticket, Kevin, and my cost a little bit larger than theirs. Jace probably thinking I'm going to save the public the view of Joe's ticket, save him a few
2, 3, 8
bucks.
with 4, 7 with 1, 4 with 1, 2, 7 with 3, 5, 7, 10 with the 3, 4, 8, 9. 3, 4, 8.
There we go.
People want
Thanks,
the numbers.
guys.
They want
All
the
right.
numbers, Joe. Okay, I wrote down your numbers.
$86.40. And again, Global Sensation, that would be the one that I would single, but I picked a different horse on top. Felt obligated to use that one, Beyond Best, in race number 6 as well. $86.40. All right, let's move on. Let's get to the 4th race, mile and a 16th. 137,233, and 2 horses getting wagered upon more than the others. Let's start with our joint top selection, Kevin, the number 2, moving to Kentucky, which I did full-time in 2018 after moving here part-time in 2015. You and Tony Kalo both moved here earlier this spring. And it's more than just a hunch play, though.
More than a hunch play. That was a tough trip last out for moving to Kentucky. Matt Sims, runner on the turf at Ellis Park. A little bit of a slow start there, got in great position, but got bothered, checked towards the end, and you can see finishing 6th, just 2 1/4 lengths back behind Overstatement. Next out winner, Publius in that field. Looking at Mark Valesky, sometimes you just think turf. You see the Irish part of the breeding with the dam side, but I'm seeing a lot of success for both of these routing on dirt. I think this is a good spot to be, specifically the dam side with the routing on dirt. So I think versatile pedigree, short price, but we should improve off that effort. Matt Sims' barn looking good with that hurry win last week.
Yeah, I thought you were saying that it was a tough trip from Kansas City. About the tough trip for the
moving's hard, Joe.
Moving is hard.
It's hard.
For the racehorse, I move into Kentucky. Kevin and I's joint top selection. And again, Matthew Sims with Hurry. He just does such a nice job with the horses that he has in his barn, developing them and putting them in a position to succeed. So we'll both put our A primary chip there. The 8 is who we both have in second. This one getting bet, 6 Kings for Joe Sharp, playing a game of chess with Tyler Gaffalione aboard here. Distant 5th last out, Kevin, but that was at Saratoga. And we'll join Caitlin Free for the 5th race. She's going to have some great stats on where the winners are coming from. Horses coming in from Saratoga, off to a good start this September meet.
It seems like a short price. Of course, betting Joe Sharp or Tyler Gaffalione is something that the market is wont to do. But moving to Kentucky, ran a 12 last out there on the turf, just in the second start. What we're seeing from 6 Kings, best we've seen is a 14. Now I'm talking thoroughgraph. I've got a little bit of an excuse last out there at Saratoga. Was on a dead rail through most of that after a tough start, really out of contention, and didn't have much bit at the end. So that makes sense for that 20 that we ran last out, but it's going to take a move forward for sure. It'll be the third start from the barn.
Horses go out quickly here. Who's your best long shot in this field?
Number 4, Gotta Have Dreams, is very live in here. This is a runner that pops forward after a slow effort. Those horses that sort of just bump forward and jump forward in terms of their form. If he does it and runs back to his best of 11 here at Churchill Downs, he did in June. Gotta Have Dreams is dangerous. Francisco Arrieta up.
137,000 plus in the Derby City 6 jackpot carryover, just shy of 30,000 in the current pool. Take advantage of this. That's a big carryover out there for the taking if you are the lone winner. We'll see how this plays out. 8 minutes to post time, race number 4. Good luck.
On the track, race number 4, scratch number 5, a late workout for the 9. August the 29th at Churchill, 4 furlongs, 49 breezing, 7 minutes to post. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is post time. Waiting for Gotta Have Dreams in the numbers and Ultimate Strike. They're in the gates. And they're off, and Six Kings breaks right in stride. Moving to Kentucky with some speed too, and Rocket Knight. And down inside, Photo Op is sent up on through, and here comes Photo Op up on through to grab the lead by the time they hit the clubhouse turn. And moving to Kentucky is going to back off that one to sit in second. In tight, there's Rocket Knight having to slam on the brakes a few times with Christian Torres. Shuffled back a couple of spots. Also in tight is Dancing Noah down toward the rail. They try and back down the pace to the backstretch run, they being Photo Op with a short lead under a long hold. So too under a hold is moving to Kentucky. And Six Kings is perched out 3 wide, tracking them from third. Rocket Knight's in behind fourth, and the numbers racing in fifth. Dancing Noah a bit more settled toward the rail sixth. Ultimate Strike in behind them seventh. The back two, Gotta Have Dreams, and Vincitas the trailer 6 lengths off the lead. And that opening quarter was 23-4 to a 48-1 moderate half mile. On to the far turn, Photo Op moving to Kentucky and Six Kings. The 3 of them still right across the track. In between, moving to Kentucky with a short lead. Photo Op keeping pace. Six Kings revs up now, and Six Kings cranks up the pressure on those two and grabs the lead for the run to the quarter pole. Rocket Knight's under pressure back in fourth. From the back of the pack, Vincita trying to split horses and come on. They're off the turn. Six Kings off the turn in front. Moving to Kentucky is going to try and fight back toward the rail. Photo Op has given way. Rocket Knight in between Ultimate Strike. Final 16th. Six Kings clear by 2. Moving to Kentucky and Rocket Knight. Everybody chasing Six Kings to the wire. Six Kings wins it by 2.5. Rocket Knight might have just nailed second from moving to Kentucky. Farther back, either Ultimate Strike or Vincita. Number 8, Six Kings first, Photo for second. And number 7, Rocket Knight, was second. Number 2, Moving to Kentucky, third. 3, Vinchita was fourth. And number 10, Ultimate Strike, finished fifth. It's not official. Into the winner's circle, 6 Kings, a 3-year-old son of Nyquist from 6 Queens by Bernardini. Owned by Jordan Wyckoff, trained by Joe Sharp. The winning jockey, Tyler Gaffleone. The time for the race was 1:44.63 seconds. Race number 5. Note the number 2 is a gelding. Number 6 is 5 pounds over. Scratch number 8, Rafua. Starts the late pick 5. Fourth race, not official. The fourth race is now official. "26 minutes to race 5. And they're off, and 6 Kings breaks right in stride. Moving to Kentucky with some speed too, and Rocket Knight. And down inside, Photo Op is sent up on through, and here comes Photo Op up on through to grab the lead by the time they hit the clubhouse turn. And Moving to Kentucky is going to back off that one to sit in second. In tight, there's Rocket Knight having to slam on the brakes a few times with Christian Torres. Shuffled back a couple of spots. Also in tight is Dancing Noah down toward the rail. They try and back down the pace to the backstretch run, they being Photo Op with a short lead under a long hold. So too under a hold is Moving to Kentucky. And 6 Kings is perched out 3 wide, tracking them from third. Rocket Knight's in behind fourth, and the numbers racing in fifth. Dancing Noah a bit more settled toward the rail sixth. Ultimate Strike in behind them seventh. The back 2, Gotta Have Dreams, and Vinchita's the trailer, 6 lengths off the lead. And that opening quarter was 23-4 to a 48-1 moderate half mile. On to the far turn, Photo Op, Moving to Kentucky, and 6 Kings. The 3 of them still right across the track. In between, Moving to Kentucky with a short lead. Photo Op keeping pace. 6 Kings revs up now, and 6 Kings cranks up the pressure on those 2 and grabs the lead for the run to the quarter pole. Rocket Knight's under pressure back in fourth. From the back of the pack, Vinchita trying to split horses and come on. They're off the turn. 6 Kings off the turn. In front, Moving to Kentucky is going to try and fight back toward the rail. Photo Op has given way. Rocket Knight in between Ultimate Strike. Final 16th. 6 Kings clear by 2. Moving to Kentucky and Rocket Knight. Everybody chasing 6 Kings to the wire. 6 Kings wins it by 2.5. Rocket Knight might have just nailed second from Moving to Kentucky. Farther back, either Ultimate Strike or Vinchita.
Tyler Gaffalione and Joe Sharp, both tough to beat on their own, but when they team up even more so, and you get a horse here who is dropping in class, coming in fit from Saratoga, and you can crown him at Six Kings.
Yeah, broke well, was not on a dead rail, and improved in a good way. That was a nice run there. They won the first race of the September meet, and they keep on going. T-Gaff and Joe Sharp.
Start of the Derby City 6 jackpot. Six Kings gets it done as the favorite, and a perfect segue into Caitlin Free's report going into race number 5. Caitlin?
Thank you, Joe. Six Kings coming in from Saratoga. So we can add his name to this graphic, which is going to be where the winners are coming from. And this is something we've done the last couple of meets. I think it's something that is super, super helpful. And it was actually brought to my attention on Saturday by our own Tony Kalo that horses that have had the summer off following races at Churchill Downs in the spring have been doing very well. There's a few of those that fit that bill today. Crazy Cammy coming up in race 7, I think is dangerous off that statistic alone. So horses coming in from Churchill Downs after having the summer off, 6 for 19. Colonial and Saratoga, which you can add another one to Saratoga to bump that one up a little bit. Those are the other places that have been pretty hot, just kind of going around those 3 destinations. And it's not shocking to me in the slightest that runners from Kentucky Downs are just a little bit chilly. Big favorite I'm against in race number 7 that we also talked about, Crazy Cammy. Little Blaze is coming back quickly from Kentucky Downs. But I went with the number 1 for Flag here in this race coming up 10-1 at the moment. I think it's a price in a race where really anyone can win. So we'll see if we can maybe get one on the board for Santa Anita shippers.
Well, thanks, Caitlin. And no huge surprise that Ellis's percentage is down, because if you got 7 Ellis horses in a race, if one of them does win, it's still 1 for 7, right? So that's where most of the horses are coming from. But Kentucky Downs is a turf track. We're not running turf races this meet, so that statistic isn't surprising. But the Saratoga horses are doing well. You know, that's a deeper, probably a more challenging surface, and gets them legged up here. We just saw one in the last race with Six Kings getting it done.
Yeah, what about from California? We've got one coming last start, was that Santa Anita. A good while back in February, so towards the beginning of 2024. You know, for Flag, the works don't seem very sharp. This is one that's hard to trust on the win end, just being one who runs honestly, runs fast, but doesn't necessarily get many of the W's. But, you know, the last time after this long layoff that we saw as a 4-year-old, For Flag ran the best race in terms of thoroughbred, ran an 8, which definitely puts him in the picture for this. So if he's fresh, ready to fire, you're getting a very good price at 10-1.
Yeah, and then the obvious question about the dirt. He's never run on dirt. He's 1 for 22, 1 for 20 on turf, 0 for 2 on synthetic. So we'll see how that form transfers here for Ed Mosier. Kind of a turfy pedigree too by Astern, but up there at a playable 10-1 if you want an alternative to some of the top choices here. Let's take a look at the number 4, who we both have on top here, Kevin L. Gunner. 8-1, was a little bit skeptical about that price. 5-2, getting a little bit closer to where I would like to see him, maybe in that 4-1 range with the defection of the 8. But just a horse that's in good form, has never missed the board from 6 starts, coming off a couple of narrow misses.
Yeah, which, you know, again, you could put that in the negative column, the cons, in terms of getting close to nose losses in the last 2, that will to win, but just broke the maiden 3 back, lightly raced. I like the fact that we, you know, showed talent on debut, tried to go longer, went a little bit south, but has just been taking steady steps forward. Just ran a 9 on Thorograph. A lot to say that he could move forward off of that. The board, early board at least, says that that is likely the case. I think will be the 3rd choice when it's all said and done, looking at the wheel page for the daily double and the pick 3. So 9-2 is probably what we're looking at.
Yeah, I would say that would be nice to get to. I don't know if we will at this point. It's interesting, Kevin. This horse is by Gun Runner.
Yeah.
It's a homebred from Long Shot Stables. Turfy, dam side of the pedigree. You would think long, you would think maybe turf, but instead we're short on dirt at Belterra, and now here at Church. But a great progression, though. You know, they probably evaluated this horse early on and said, hey, I'm not sure we can compete at Churchill in the maiden special weight races. Wanted to keep the horse. It's a homebred. They win. They get a couple of seconds. Now they can put the horse in a claiming race where the purses are a lot better. I just like the progression that the connections have taken with this horse.
Yeah, makes sense to me. 1 win on the meet so far for Ennis. He's got some live runners in here today.
Number 1 is For Flag. We've talked about that one, so let's move over to the 7. We'll go to Sound Doctrine next. And this horse has been up and down like a yo-yo, like a seesaw his entire career. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Has a little bit of class mixed in, has run some fast races, has shown speed and faded in a lot of these races as well, but is taking a drop in class, and sometimes when speed drops, it becomes that much more dangerous.
Absolutely, and Gennaro Garcia very dangerous with the claim droppers. Claimers down in class, 23% over the career, so definitely has a high percentage of wins getting it done. If we run to our top efforts, which is that 7 that he has hit 3 different times on Thoroughgraph, then he's very dangerous.
A little and a lot gave trainer Wayne Catalano career victory number 3,000 as a trainer. He's got almost 1,800 as a jockey. That came in July at Ellis. Claimed away from the Catman back on August the 10th out of a dull effort. Runs back to that maiden breaker, maybe, Kevin, but this is the kind of horse that I've seen enough of him most throughout his career.
Yeah, trainer change, new barn, possibly we'll see a little bit more. He definitely showed that talent last year at the beginning of the year, ran well for the win, and does exit a little bit of a key race that we can see now with Regal Ray, next out winner Brazen Boy, next out winner Protege ran well. So the company line is a little bit better than it looked in the morning.
A little and a lot. Well, he's a lot of price up there at 15 to 1. All right, the horse they're heading out onto the racetrack for the 5th race, start of the late pick 5. 20K claimers, non-winners at 2. Somebody's going to get their second career win. Who's it going to be? We'll find out in 9 minutes. Good luck.
On the track, race number 5, number 2 is Gelding, number 6 is 5 over. Scratch number 8, late pick 5 in 8 minutes. 1 minute. Less than a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is post time. Waiting for a little lot. They're in the gate. And they're off. A good start for the speedy Sound Doctrine. Right to the front. Prince Money with some speed to stun him down toward the inside. A little and a lot chasing for the outside. But they're all chasing Sound Doctrine, who's clear by 2. El Gunner tries to fire up on through from between horses. A little lot is keeping some speed there too. Prince Money backs off into 4th and stun him toward the inside reserved while 5th. 4 lengths back. Midnight Ambition comes on to grab 6. 4 flag tails off into 7th and Quarrymen is at the back in 8th. Sound Doctrine hits the far turn. Negotiated an opening quarter in just 22 and 4. Leads the way with a lil and a lot on the chase in 2nd. El Gunners in behind them 3rd. Prince Money sent up inside 4th. A break of 4. Stunham's going the wrong way. Midnight Ambition under pressure. Quarryman cuts the corner down inside. Off the turn, Sound Doctrine. The lead is now 2.5. Make it 3 with a furlong to go. Now 4. Sound Doctrine getting away from a lil and a lot and Prince Money and El Gunner and everybody else. Sound Doctrine broke on top and never looked back, and rambles home to win it by 6 lengths in the end. A little lot was 2nd, tight 3rd there. El Gunner or Prince Money. Number 7, Sound Doctrine, first 9. A Lil and a Lot was second. Number 4, El Gunner third. 6, Prince Money fourth. And 3, Quarrymen was fifth. It's official. Sound Doctrine's a 4-year-old son of Mucho Macho Man from Cudamon by City Zip. Owned by Southwest Racing Stables and Steve Lewis. Trained by Gennaro Garcia. The winning jockey, Francisco Arrieta. Bred in Kentucky by Gail Ray. The time for the race, 1:15.46. And we're official on race number 5. The 6th race looming. Scratch 3, Regal Ray. Starts the late pick 4 in 28 minutes. They're in the gate. And they're off. A good start for the speedy Sound Doctrine. Right to the front. Prince Money with some speed to stun him down toward the inside. A Lil and a Lot chasing for the outside. But they're all chasing Sound Doctrine, who's clear by 2. El Gunner tries to fire up on through from between horses. A Little Lot is keeping some speed there too. Prince Money backs off into 4th and stun him toward the inside. Reserved while 5th. 4 lengths back. Midnight Ambition comes on to grab 6. 4 flag tails off into 7th, and Quarrymen is at the back in 8th. Sound Doctrine hits the far turn. Negotiated an opening quarter in just 22 and 4. Leads the way with a Lil and a Lot on the chase in 2nd. El Gunners in behind them 3rd. Prince Money sent up inside 4th. A break of 4. Stunham's going the wrong way. Midnight Ambition under pressure. Quarryman cuts the corner down inside. Off the turn, Sound Doctrine. The lead is now 2.5. Make it 3 with a furlong to go. Now 4. Sound Doctrine getting away from a Lil and a Lot and Prince Money and El Gunner and everybody else. Sound Doctrine broke on top and never looked back, and rambles home to win it by 6 lengths in the end. A Little Lot was second, tight 3rd there. El Gunner or Prince Money.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
River breaks 30 from the inside. Shoulder to shoulder, 1 furlong to go. It's going to be close.
Drop, speed, pop. Gennaro Garcia really good at this particular angle. He's good in a lot of categories. Francisco Arrieta aboard Sound Doctrine. Never really menaced there. Kevin Pop, the starting gate, put a couple of lengths on him from the word go. Gets bet down to 3 to 5 and backs, rewards his many backers with a win here.
Yeah, bet down to 3 to 5 there at the end. And good effort by a little and a lot. Good to see him run back to his race that we saw with the maiden breaking win. Top pick by Tony Kalo. I thought that was a nice one.
That was a good effort. It's one to maybe watch moving forward at the same level or maybe even a step up in class as we move forward to the 6th race. Late pick 4 wagering available here. And the red hot Global Sensation is the current favorite, looking for 4 wins in a row. But as we send it down to Caitlin Free, Caitlin, there are some other viable alternatives in this race.
I certainly thought so, and I thought it was maybe going to be a little easier to beat Global Sensation, but the number 3 ended up coming out. So I think that makes it just slightly tougher in this race to try to oppose somebody to maybe go forward with Global Sensation. But let's go ahead and talk about the number 7, Tallahatchie Bridge. Kevin, I know you have a little bit of interest in this horse coming up here in this race, and is conditioned by Eddie Keneally, who's won 39% of his last 18 starts, second up off the claim for an ROI of $2.51. And he ran pretty well last out at Ellis Park. He was behind Like a Salt Shaker and One Cool Dude. And Like a Salt Shaker won off that effort up at Hawthorne following that. But he and One Cool Dude ran last week and did not run a step here. So we'll see if there were some excuses from them. But that race next out has not produced maybe the way I thought it would. But this is a horse that has maybe a little bit of strange form that can go either way. He's been running in starters as well as a couple of claiming races. But last year, just missed in Grade 1 company over the grass at Barbados. So we'll see here with the number 7 Tallahatchie Bridge. But the 4 Global Sensation is the one to beat.
Yeah, listen, this horse was all distance to get the career going. Broke the maiden going 1 mile and 1/8 on the grass. Has a win going a mile, another win going a mile at Saratoga on an off-the-turf effort. Last out, Eddie Keneally claimed this one away from Asmussen, who claimed away from Safi, and immediately turned to the sprint, right? Nobody saw that coming, just sort of turned on a dime, and boom, a very solid effort running third to the ones you mentioned, like a Salt Shaker, who won the next one out, and then One Cool Dude. Second time going sprint. I like this angle, Joe. Got that little bit different break on the mind of the horse, right? You can see the 3 furlong drills, just trying to get that different sort of game plan in the head of the thoroughbred. And Keneally, I love that stat with the strong win success, second after the claim. I think this one is dangerous, 9-2, 5-1. That's a price that I'll go to the window on.
You and I both have the utmost respect for Global Sensation here. We did both oppose, you with Tallahatchie Bridge and me with the 1. Beyond Best at 8-1, also in very good form. Game victory going the 1 turn mile on May 31st and did a close ground to get it done that day from last. Almost pulled off a similar type scenario in the subsequent start, was only beaten a half length by Global Sensation on June 27th. That was a main track that significantly favored inside speed. He ran against the bias and almost got there. Not going to hold the 2-turn turf race against him at all. And then last out, 2 turns at Horseshoe Indianapolis, was beaten a half length in a very good performance after some trouble to Lambeth. And we saw what Lambeth did this past Sunday. Big part of the handicap for me is that horse coming back and running so well against Hurry Hurry in the feature on Sunday. Beyond Best cutting back to 7 furlongs, but he's had success at this distance in the past.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense, right? Just being forward and not be able to finish it off last time, but trouble at the beginning of the last 2 races. His best definitely puts him in the picture. I like the company line there. I like the spacing since that last effort. Beyond Best has the rail again. It's kind of a common spot that he draws. He should know it well. I think he's dangerous, 8-1. I think that price will probably go down, probably 6-1, 7-1, which is still a fair.
Much like Tallahatchie Bridge, Global Sensation was a turf horse, a route horse, a poly horse earlier on in his career. He cut back to a 1-turn mile, ran a promising second at a claiming 20 on May the 10th, and he's forgotten to lose since, Kevin, rattling off 3 in a row, facing tougher competition in each of those starts, and as far as the last race goes, becoming more dominant.
Yeah, found new form as a 5-year-old in Cano's barn on Thoroughgraph 3, then a 7, then a 4 with those wins. The 3 and the 4, if he can run back to those figures, he's the best in here, right? We've got a little bit of a break. Is he going to be fresh and ready to roll, or is he going to need one? I think that's the only question. He's got the speed. I think he's got the right setup in terms of this field. Not many other pace presences that he'll have to deal with.
Yeah, he ran great. The last time was actually geared down in the final 70 yards, and he was entered in a turf sprint at Ellis. I believe it was the middle of August on the AE list. Didn't get in, and although he isn't a Churchill to Churchill runner, he is an Ellis to Churchill runner, but he has taken a good portion of the summer off, so nothing wrong with coming back fresh. Global Sensation, Kevin and I agree, is the one to beat here. 5-1 on the number 2 Got Thunder. Talked about it earlier, Kevin, about David Jacobson, and at least for me at this point, having a tough time getting a gauge on the horses he's sending here to Kentucky.
Yeah, so far it seems like he's bringing horses for sale, right? And that ones that he's dropping down in level and is happy to part ways with. Now we're in this starter allowance level, so this could be a different situation. The form of Got Thunder is a little bit, has a unique shape to it. Looking at Thoroughgraph, you can see just sort of this circle back, this half moon, this crescent moon to it. Usually, if he has enough time in between his races after a big effort, then he runs back to a good effort. But I don't know if he's got enough time since that last one where he ran a 3. But if he's still in that form, he's very dangerous in here. Taking money early, it's cooling off as we go.
Number 6 is Pure Panic. We were talking off camera about how this horse runs his race. every single time. You can look back, the last 12 or 15 starts that he runs the race. He shows forward position. He doesn't lose ground in the stretch. Doesn't win all that often either, just 1 for 7 this year and 2 for 11 last year. And class-wise, he fits in here. Gets Tyler Gaffalione, who's been aboard in the past, was aboard that win at Keeneland back in April. The kind of horse, Kevin, that if you're one of those people that likes to back wheel, this might be the perfect opportunity to do so. He's 7-2 on the win end, and again, you can rely on him to run his race. Whether it's good enough to win remains to be seen.
Yeah, this horse is going to be shorter priced than maybe it should be. Tyler Gaffalione up always takes money. He's got that effect on the markets for sure. And, coming out of Foster's barn, not as strong percentages off that layoff as opposed to second off the layoff. Here we are second off the layoff. We ran a little bit too slow to compete with these last time, but he's got that form in the back. And if he moves back forward towards it, he's a threat. But I think I'm with you. Underneath, it might be the way to go.
Talk about a couple of closers. 5 Timeless Bounty. Jose Ortiz still in search of that first win here of the September meet. This horse was right there with the likes of Pure Panic, Global Sensation, Beyond Best, and those races at Churchill in the spring. Last 3 races not as good at Ellis and Belterra, but if he circles back to that best form, again, he could be right there. And if you like him, you're probably getting a good enough price.
Yeah, and second time going this sprint distance after going 6.5 and, going longer 2 back. But 2 back was his best effort looking at Thoroughgraph, going to 5, going that 1 mile distance. Interesting one. 7-1 seems a little bit short, but if we're talking 10-1 or more, this one's a little bit dangerous. Definitely has strong enough figures to compete with these.
Solidify the 8 is pace and trip dependent. 1 for 10 this year after a 3 for 14 2023 campaign, which saw him bank $165,000. This is an 8-year-old gelding, Kevin, who's banked over $500,000 in his career.
Yeah, I used to love this horse. He used to just bring such a great late kick, and I love those closing sprinters. 10 wins to his name. You got to look though at the last race. Cyclone Mischief, Rhyme Schemes. Those are good company lines there. Finishing 4th to those, albeit 6 lengths back in a sprint, is pretty far. But if he got a setup, if he had more pace, I would be more interested in him. But I just don't think he'll have enough there unless Axel Concepcion figures out a different way to ride him.
Yeah, he's going to be running late, and again, he's 16-1. And if you're playing tries and supers, you want to include him because he's got a chance to definitely pass tired horses who are trying to win the race a little bit earlier in the running. Probably half-mile, quarter pole, solidify the longest shot on the board. All right, let's take a look at the wager here. The featured bet is the pick 4. Final 4 races of the day here on a Wednesday. Global Sensation looking for 4 wins in a row. Kevin and I both respect, but I'm going to go with Beyond Best, and he's going to go with Tallahatchie Bridge to post potentially a mild upset. 9 minutes of post time. Steve Bottleman with the call to post. Good luck.
On the track, race number 6, scratch the 3, post time 8 minutes. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Waiting for Tallahatchie Bridge and Solidify. And they are in the gate. And they're off. Good beginning for Got Thunder, Timeless Bounty with some early speed as well. And up there, too, is Pure Panic. And Pure Panic comes on to take charge as they cross over. Stretches the lead to a length and a half. Timeless Bounty backs off with Got Thunder. They're together second and third. Tallahatchie Bridge outside of Global Sensation. They're together racing fourth and fifth. Solidify is out of their sixth. And it's 6 lengths already back to Beyond Best, who's out-sprinted in the opening quarter mile. The leader, Pure Panic, after an opening quarter and a solid 22 and 4. It's the far turn clear on a 3-length lead. Timeless Bounty takes up the chase from second as Got Thunder comes under a ride while third. Global Sensation making some progress now. Just went past Got Thunder. Is now third and targeting Pure Panic round the far turn. Solidifies picking it up from the back as well. They come to the top of the stretch. Pure Panic rolls off the turn. Global Sensation, an imposing presence, comes on from the outside and comes right up alongside. And now these two are head and head, and now Global Sensation has taken charge. Global Sensation opening up on Pure Panic. Solidify is third, down to the wire. Global Sensation. Easy win by a length and a half in the end. Pure Panic held second. Tight third, Solidify, or Beyond Best. Number 4, Global Sensation first. Number 6, Pure Panic was second. Number 8, Solidify third. 1, Beyond Best fourth, and 5, Timeless Bounty was fifth. Into the winner's circle, Global Sensation, a 5-year-old set of Into Mischief from Carnival Court by Street Sense, owned by Juan Cano and Mark Milliner, trained by Juan Cano, the winning jockey Jaime Torres. Bred in Kentucky by Godolphin. The time for the race, 1:21.73 seconds. Not yet official. Race number 7. Number 6, Little Blaze, is 2 pounds over. Race 7 kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. Race 6 official. And they're off. Good beginning for Got Thunder, Timeless Bounty with some early speed as well. And up there, too, is Pure Panic. And Pure Panic comes on to take charge as they cross over. Stretches the lead to a length and a half. Timeless Bounty backs off with Got Thunder. They're together second and third. Tallahatchie Bridge outside of Global Sensation. They're together racing fourth and fifth. Solidify is out of their sixth. And it's 6 lengths already back to Beyond Best, who's out-sprinted in the opening quarter mile. The leader, Pure Panic, after an opening quarter and a solid 22 and 4. It's the far turn clear on a 3-length lead. Timeless Bounty takes up the chase from second as Got Thunder comes under a ride while third. Global Sensation making some progress now. Just went past Got Thunder. Is now third and targeting Pure Panic round the far turn. Solidifies picking it up from the back as well. They come to the top of the stretch. Pure Panic rolls off the turn. Global Sensation, an imposing presence, comes on from the outside and comes right up alongside. And now these two are head and head, and now Global Sensation has taken charge. Global Sensation opening up on Pure Panic. Solidify is third, down to the wire. Global Sensation. Easy win by a length and a half in the end. Pure Panic held second. Tight third, Solidify, or Beyond Best.
When you get proven quality at lower than low prices with Kroger brand products, it feels like you're winning.
Simply the best. Better than all the rest. Simply the best.
Find the proven quality you love at lower than low prices with Kroger brand products. Only at Kroger. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Global sensation, a middling racehorse earlier in his career, trying to figure out what he did best. And, a cutback, a move to the main track, and he just completely turned into a different racehorse. And Juan Cano, who claimed him for $16,000, has now had 4 wins in a row, and a second previous to that, does a really nice job. But, we figured he would get the run of the race today. He didn't at all, even close, and he still was very impressive in victory.
Still very impressive. And I tell you who else is impressive is Jaime Torres, up for that one. Saw him on Speedy Traveler last week, have a really cool hand, not to go too fast when we're trying to get 7 furlongs with that true sprinter. Here he could have panicked, missing the break in a tight spot there along the backstretch, keeps that cool hand and runs down Pure Panic. Just Jaime Torres, leading rider Ellis Park, carrying forward that form to Churchill Downs.
Second win today, one with Brazen Boy in a photo finish earlier. Gets it done with Global Sensation. 4 wins in a row here for trainer Juan Cano with this individual. All right, coming up next is race number 7, the 7th race on the card, a starter allowance. Nobody on the top board in the field of 7 is higher than 6-1. Another one of those races where it can go a lot of different directions. What direction did Caitlin Free go in? Well, she did the expert picks today. Tell us who your pick was, and is it the same horse you're talking about?
It's not. I actually ended up on the number 2, Sister Kisses, in this race. I believe you guys have some interest in her as well. I also like the 5, Crazy Cami. That goes back to where the winners are coming from. Her taking the summer off and running last out here at Churchill Downs. But I want to talk about the one briefly that is Nurse Kringle Dances. And previously broke her maiden in that lone career win in November of last year here at Churchill Downs, was under Julian Leperoux. So this filly is one of his 2,994 career wins. So we've talked about some milestones coming in for some riders and trainers throughout the year and last year, and we are on 3,000 watch here with Julian. He is 6 wins away. It's been a pretty big career for him, winning with big horses like Tepin, Forever Together, Classic Empire, Informed Decision. Won some Breeders' Cup races on those horses, so a little bit of interest with this filly. I believe I have her picked 4th, and I don't really love the Kentucky Downs form coming back here this meet, but this is going to be a milestone that we're going to see Julian hit pretty quickly here this fall.
Yeah, thanks, Caitlin. It's so interesting, Kevin, that this horse won so easily at Churchill to break the maiden on dirt and then went immediately to Turfway. You know, when Ian does send some horses down the Gulfstream, etc., moved to the Synth, did very well on the Synth, took the summer off and took the spring off too, and then came back at Ellis on the turf, at Kentucky Downs on the turf. This seems to be a good horse going into Turfway this coming season, but certainly not impossible on the dirt. We've seen it before.
Yeah, not impossible at all. Just a versatile filly here. Draws the rail. You know, at 6 furlongs, the rail has not been a successful spot to be between this meet and in the spring. So I think it's a little bit of a tough draw. It does have some tactical speed, some options there, but that does just give me a reason just to move away from otherwise a filly who I think is very, very dangerous.
Let's take a look at the number 7 up there at 6-1. That's a big price on Idalou. Although the morning line promised us higher, 12-1. You watched the replay. I watched the replay. It was a dominant win. Sometimes you look at those dominant wins and you're like, under a drive, didn't beat much, blah blah blah. But this one was as visually impressive, if not more, than the running line suggests.
Yeah, just one that's moving forward. Now, I think the track was kind of playing towards off the pace efforts on August 17th, but this was a race where there wasn't much speed to really close into, so she had a tough task. Now, a 3-year-old facing tougher, but in Lindsay Schultz's barn, made a good move forward, ran a 9 on Thurgraph. Every reason to believe that we should move forward from that one, and we've got speed here. We've got Little Blaze, should be very forward in here. Candy Lover has shown some speed, the 1 and the 2 as well, so I think it could set up very nicely for this one. 6-1 is a very, very fair price.
Yeah, when Lindsay Schultz jumps the horse up in class, that gets my attention.
Yeah.
This horse, was at the back after an awkward start and caught up so quickly without ever being asked, and then was never set down. Didn't beat much, I must say that, but it was the way she did it. And like Kevin said, continuing to take steps forward in the career. 6-1 on Idalou. Let's move over next to the 2 Sister Kisses. Caitlin Free's top pick. Her expert pick videos available for today at Twin Spires and on the app. Tony Kalo on deck for tomorrow, Thursday. And the form is great, Kevin. Lost to Silver Rose. You picked Silver Kisses that day. I remember it distinctly because I didn't like her at all, and she almost really made you look smart at 11-1. Ran a winning race. She ran well last time, too, off the bench at Allison and A Other Than. Lost to Reagan's Flame, who is in red-hot form, for lack of a better term, currently. And we're going to see her in stakes action on Saturday.
Is she in a stake on Saturday?
Yeah.
I haven't looked that far ahead. Yeah, that's the carbon copy. I think I missed the name earlier, but Reagan's Flame for Lindsay Schultz. Just a really, really nice tactical filly in there. Sister Kisses, good company lines, draws in a great spot. 9-2. I'm a little bit shocked,
Surprise.
right? Yeah,
Chilly.
a little bit shocked. All that money going on the 3 and the 4, which is surprising me a little bit. Definitely have some live runners on the board with those 2. But Sister Kisses in great form. You got to think second start in the form cycle. Garcia could be shooting for another one here.
I believe, although this race looks wide open with nobody higher than 6-1, you and I have the same super high 5 ice cold here. So
Let's play this, Joe.
all right, let's
do
it.
this.
It makes it easy for me to dictate where we go next. Nurse Kringle Dances, we talked about that one already, so let's move over to the 3. That is Sombra Dorada. Most lightly raced horse in this field. Eddie Keneally, the trainer, off of the Maiden Breaker at second asking in June. Gate to wire at Churchill. Had a really advantaged trip that day. Just kind of walked the almost 47 seconds flat to the opening half mile. They went quicker in the subsequent start in the mud and wound up finishing third behind horse that's a common to this field in Reagan's Flame.
Yeah, and Gloriette ran a very good second next out just last week here at Churchill. You know, my knock on Soma Dorada, definitely the 3-year-old, just 3 starts, should be improving, but on June 16th, speed favoring track, easy lead, downgrade. Those are my notes from that effort there. So at a short price, definitely not for me.
Number 4, Candy Lover took 11 tries to break the maiden. She did it maiden claiming 50 at Alice and looked good doing it. She was shown the whip in the stretch, was clearly best. Not a very strong field. Beach Bunny, Lady Aberdeen. Those are very middling type of runners here. And we've got, Blue Tarp. Yeah, so go ahead.
Yeah,
Talk about that.
You know, a lot of times we see Blue Tarp bet their horses pretty hard.
Yeah,
right.
true.
And this one opens up as the favorite, taking a lot of money here. Live in the doubles as well. We took a lot of money at Kentucky Downs. We looked good getting that win there at Ellis, going 7 furlongs, but we beat Beach Bunny, who didn't do too much. Lady Aberdeen, common underneath horse. So I think this is a good race to bet against. The 3 and the 4, there's value to be had.
Yeah, no doubt. Crazy Cammy, the 5, talked about that angle. Churchill, back to Churchill after the summer off. They got really ambitious with her last year, running her in the Grade 1 Alcibiades, broke the maiden career start number 6. Has not run since the end of June, up there at 5-1. Real quick final thought here. I mean, I like our horses.
Yeah, I like our horses. Let's box them. Let's not be too cute. If we're getting that value in the probables, we want to get those in the exacta. Let's do that and take down these underlays, the 3 and the 4.
Yeah, a little blaze, 2-1 on the morning line right now, 5-1. I knew that morning line price was not going to hold, but should assure a fast pace. Race 7, final opportunity to pick 3. Good luck.
On the track for the 7th race, number 6 is 2 over, double exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, and high 5 wagering, 8 minutes to post. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is post time. Waiting for Sombra Dorada and Ida Lou. There in the gate. And they're off. Sister Kisses right in stride. Sombra Dorada comes on to press. Nurse Kringle dances with an alert start. Now backs off. Candy Lover from the outside comes on to grab third. Little Blaze is out in fifth. Crazy Cammy and Ida Lou down the back stretch run. Head bob up top between Sister Kisses and Sombra Dorada. Candy Lover tracking them purposefully from third. Little Blaze far outside, fourth past the half. Nurse Kringle dances, covered up down inside. Crazy Cammy splits those two. A margin of 4 back to Ida Lou. The opening quarter, 22 seconds flat round the far turn. Sister Kisses pressed along by Sombra Dorada. And Candy Lover is now a length and a half back in third and is asked to pick it up from there. Nurse Kringle dances, comes through toward the inside of Little Blaze, and Crazy Cammy's catching up from the back. They're off the turn. Sister Kisses still in front, length and a half lead. Candy Lover runs up into second. Crazy Cammy, Nurse Kringle dances, trying to close in. Time running out. Sister Kisses. Here's Candy Lover on the outside, surging past. Candy Lover surged past to do it. And Crazy Cammy grabs second. And then it was Sister Kisses third, and Nurse Kringle dances fourth. Number 4, Candy Lover first, photo for second. Number 5, Crazy Kimmy second. Number 2, Sister Kisses third. Number 1, Nurse Kringle Dances was fourth. And number 7, Ida Lou finished fifth. Candy Lover is a 3-year-old daughter of Twirling Candy from Tarasi by Mineshaft, owned by Blue Tarp, trained by Paul McGee. And the winning jockey, Colby Hernandez Jr., the time for the race was 109.74 seconds. Race 8 today, scratch number 9, Pure Force. Scratch the 9 from race number 8. 7th race official, 8th race up next. And they're off. Sister Kisses right in stride. Sombra Dorada comes on to press. Nurse Kringle dances with an alert start. Now backs off. Candy Lover from the outside comes on to grab third. Little Blaze is out in fifth. Crazy Cammy and Ida Lou down the back stretch run. Head bob up top between Sister Kisses and Sombra Dorada. Candy Lover tracking them purposefully from third. Little Blaze far outside, fourth past the half. Nurse Kringle dances, covered up down inside. Crazy Cammy splits those two. A margin of 4 back to Ida Lou. The opening quarter, 22 seconds flat round the far turn. Sister Kisses pressed along by Sombra Dorada. And Candy Lover is now a length and a half back in third and is asked to pick it up from there. Nurse Kringle dances, comes through toward the inside of Little Blaze, and Crazy Cammy's catching up from the back. They're off the turn. Sister Kisses still in front, length and a half lead. Candy Lover runs up into second. Crazy Cammy, Nurse Kringle dances, trying to close in. Time running out. Sister Kisses. Here's Candy Lover on the outside, surging past. Candy Lover surged past to do it. And Crazy Cammy grabs second. And then it was Sister Kisses third, and Nurse Kringle dances fourth.
Woodford Reserve Bourbon is a spectacle for the senses.
The turn. Rocket Can rolls up and grabs the lead. Down to the wire. A gutsy winner there.
Well, Kevin, you mentioned how live Candy Lover was, not only in the win pool, but hammered pretty strongly in the daily doubles with Global Sensation leading into her as well. And that's just blue tarp money, but you know what? Blue tarp got paid.
They got paid. I did not, Joe. I took a swing against that money. And in the win pools, 12-1 at the end.
Yeah.
Big exacta payoff there. You can see the doubles into either the 7 or the 10, very logical, or paying quite well. So took a big windfall of cash and then sort of went quiet. And there's still a lot of money to be made on the table with that one getting it done. Nice ride by Colby Hernandez. Another great meet so far from Paul McGee. He had a strong spring, 2 for 3 so far here this September. I guess is what we should expect here at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, that one, a good one to have in the Derby City 6, down to 307 live tickets with 2 races to go. And defined favorite here in Bilal, not overly surprised. It is the feature of the day. A lot of different ways you can go. Owen Hardy had a tremendous meet at Ellis Park. And Caitlin, I wonder if it'll carry over to Churchill.
Well, the number 3 Finster is going to be his first starter here at Churchill. I'm kind of wondering the same thing. I gave this horse a little bit of a look here in this race. Bilal was the one that I settled on, but there's a couple of horses here in this race, specifically Bilal, Barksdale, and Save the Trees, that if you look at their form, you will notice just how good these horses have run when they've been on Lasix. They've been in some stakes races where they haven't run on Lasix, but I'll back on that today, just an observation. But back to the number 3, that is Finster, making career start number 3 and looking for his 3rd win in a row. And I'm kind of with what Joe said earlier on during the pre-show. This pedigree really looks like it's going to favor the all-weather. This horse has a big work coming in at Turfway Park, and horses that train over the surface there in Florence have been a big fan of those. It really translates well to the surface at Churchill Downs. This horse 2 for 2 in the career, came back in a big way at Ellis Park off of the extended layoff, tried the turf and ended up winning that race. This is a big ask here against this group, but pretty good stats for Owen Hardy, going from the turf back to the dirt. 4 for 10 on the year as well, with a $4.70 ROI when teaming up with Rafael Bejarano. And this horse walked into the paddock completely full of himself. He is very much on his toes. So Finster, the morning line, in half there at 5-1.
Yeah, Kevin, back in the day when I used to handicap for the Daily Herald in Chicago, handicapping Arlington Park races every day, Sky Mesa was one of my go-to sires on the synthetic, but he's a very versatile stallion. He can get a good dirt horse as well. This is a half Finster as to Winter Games, won $300,000 on the main track. That last race was visually impressive. It was very professional for a horse that's only had 2 starts. And whether it's turf, dirt, synthetic, or a combination of all 3, this horse appears to have a bright future.
Yeah, bright future. And looking at the siblings, definitely can see the the evidence that we can keep the form that we showed with that win last out, beating Arabian Prince, who was a game second up at Woodbine next out. Demolition Duke, second at Kentucky Downs next out. A really good field of some older horses in there. I mean, I think Finster is definitely interesting. We should get a good trip. Coming out of that 5.5 furlong distance and showing some interest in the early part of the race. I think Barksdale is the front runner here. I think we can sit right off of that one and work out a good trip.
Number 10, Save the Trees, your top pick, and favorite of Tony Kalo's as well. Spotted the field 5 lengths on debut at Keeneland, won, came back and won again at Churchill. Tried the Dwyer, that didn't go so well. Behind Domestic Product, was bet down to 7-2, but that was just a field of 4. Last time out, that was an impressive win. Made a huge move on the backstretch on the far turn. Defeated Bad Boy Frank, who's a pretty nice little horse. Taking on a different level of racehorses here. Beat Older last time, faces Elders again.
Yeah, Bad Boy Frank in good form, Tagliatella as well, and there was no pace signed on. They went slow, so to have that closer come home was very impressive to see. Ran a 1:12. Looking at the Timeform US late pace figure, very strong late pace figure, so he doesn't need the perfect setup. He's just a game gelding. I'm going to say cold. Game gelding here. Mike Maker got interested in this one after that initial win at Keeneland, and for all the right reasons. The Dwyer was a tough spot, maybe too long. This is a closing sprinter that should be able to work out a good trip, sort of settle in back after those forward horses make their move. And we've seen closers get it done. Just saw a stalker get it done, but speed has not been holding quite so well today.
That win for Bilal at Keeneland on April the 6th was razor sharp. That was a racetrack that did favor speed, and he did set a perfect pressing trip, and he did dart away very solid fashion. Has run some good races in New York since, 4 of them. Second best last out to Clear the Air is the favorite. Clear the Air is a horse that probably familiar with as a turf horse, has run all over the Midwest this season with some mixed results, but really put it all together on the dirt last out. Bilal defeated a stakes caliber individual Top Gunner in a game performance for second that day, and he was hung wide every step of the way. I don't know if he deserves to be 6-5 against this deep and talented field, but as good as anybody potentially on the win end.
Listen, he's got the class lines running in 2 graded stakes, 4 stakes altogether. He's got the figures, right? So it makes sense that the money is going in Bilal's direction. I think he's definitely has a good shot in here, but he's hard to trust on the win. And his last win at Keeneland, it was pretty soft. It was with Scatify, who he was quote unquote dueling with. They had a really easy setup, and he was able to win that day. That beyond his maiden win, he hasn't been able to get it done. I think he'll run well. He's been working sharp, but hard to take this one at 6-5.
Mr. Skylight up there offering some value in my estimation. Jaime Torres looking for his 3rd win today, Kevin, and he's been the model of consistency. He's grade 3 placed in the Chick Lang. Won back-to-back races at Gulfstream and Keeneland, showing quite a bit of guts in those races. Was 4th in the Lofty Adjudicator race last out, but had some traffic trouble at the top of the stretch. Stayed on nicely. Kind of sort of looked to me like a horse that maybe needed the race. If that's the case and he steps forward here, I mean, you got the figs in front of you. I think he could be dangerous. And again, to me, the price is extremely generous.
Yeah, you got to think that this is the race that Riley Mott was pointing for, right? And having this one circled here at Churchill. After that break, he's better with the second start in the layoff. Mr. Skylight, an improving 3-year-old, ran a 7, just as right behind the best of a few of these. So if he does move forward off of that one, he's there in the picture at the end. 10-1 might be worth it a swing. I say 12-1 or more.
Number 1, Barksdale, you mentioned him being the speed, significantly inside speed favoring racetrack when he won at Keeneland on April 7th. Then he goes to Aqueduct, which is, profiled as an inside speed track. He wins by 4 there. Then we try the Woody Stevens, some other graded stakes. I know he's got class on paper, Kevin, but to me, he's a little bit dressed up, but the price is okay. I mean, I can go either way on him.
Yeah, Barksdale, I gave him some interest, gave him some thought. It does seem like he just has been going slowly but surely, slower since running that big effort at Aqueduct, which was his top effort. So maybe it's the Lasix coming back on that he can put it together a good effort. He could be loose on the lead. Will Walden's dangerous. Ramon Vasquez, he's got to win. I'd like to see 8-1.
Yeah, good point on the Lasix with him. Money back offer, courtesy of Twin Spires. Bet a horse to win. If they run second or third, get up to $10 back. Must opt in at Twin Spires or the trusty Twin Spires app. It's featured race time. Enjoy.
On the track, race number 8, Scratch the 9 Pure Force. 8 minutes to post. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Waiting for Normandy Hero. How's your attitude? And Save the Trees. They're in the gate. Market Street unsettled. And they're off. And a bobble at the start for Banjo Chris and a slow start for Barksdale. And so too Mr. Skylight. Bilal broke okay. Normandy Hero is there. Finster. Barksdale comes blasting on through. Here's Barksdale off near the back of the pack. First in the first furlong, though. And Finster's on the chase in second. Normandy Hero's racing third. How's your attitude? Far outside fourth. Bilal tails off into fifth. Save the Trees racing sixth. Banjo Chris in seventh. Market Street it a bit tight there eighth. Mr. Skylight's at the back in ninth. Far turn run. Barksdale blazing through a quarter in 21 and 2. Leads the way with 3 furlongs to go. Finster pressing hard for the lead, and Normandy Hero perched out 3 wide and right there. In the meantime, Bilal is in behind horses, but is within range. How's your attitude? Keeping him pinned in. Banjo Chris is in behind there too. Save the Trees winds up to the far outside, heading for the mid-stretch marker. Finster comes away with the lead. Normandy Hero right there. Banjo Chris in tight, but Bilal is produced, and he takes charge. Bilal takes charge, goes clear by 2. Save the Trees and Market Street coming on late, but they're too late to catch Bilal. The winner in the end, Banjo Chris, finally shook loose late and will be second. Save the Trees and Market Street. Number 7, Bilal was first. Number 2, Banjo Chris was second. Photo for third. And number 10, Save the Trees, was third. 6, Market Street, fourth. And 3, Finster, fifth. Not official. In the winner's circle is the official winner, Bilal, a 3 rows on the street sent from Bambalina by Bernardini. Owned by Kaleem Shah, trained by Bill Mott. The winning jockey was Tyler Gaffleone. Bred in Kentucky by Rapoli Stables. The time for the race was 108.98 seconds. In the finale, number 4 is 4 pounds over. Note the number 10's a gelding. Post times in 26. Kid Street unsettled. And they're off. And a bobble at the start for Banjo Chris and a slow start for Barksdale. And so too Mr. Skylight. Bilal broke okay. Normandy Hero is there. Finster. Barksdale comes blasting on through. Here's Barksdale off near the back of the pack. First in the first furlong, though. And Finster's on the chase in second. Normandy Heroes racing third. How's Your Attitude far outside fourth. Bilal tails off into fifth. Save the Trees racing sixth. Banjo Chris in seventh. Market Street it a bit tight there eighth. Mr. Skylight's at the back in ninth. Far turn run. Barksdale blazing through a quarter in 21 and 2. Leads the way with 3 furlongs to go. Finster pressing hard for the lead, and Normandy Hero perched out 3 wide and right there. In the meantime, Bilal is in behind horses, but is within range. How's Your Attitude? Keeping him pinned in. Banjo Chris is in behind there too. Save the Trees winds up to the far outside. Heading for the mid-stretch marker. Finster comes away with the lead. Normandy Hero right there. Banjo Chris in tight, but Bilal is produced, and he takes charge. Bilal takes charge, goes clear by 2. Save the Trees and Market Street coming on late, but they're too late to catch Bilal. The winner in the end, Banjo Chris, finally shook loose late and will be second. Save the Trees and Market Street.
Rock solid performance by Bilal, who did what we thought he would do on paper. Whether or not he was going to get the win remained to be seen with all the solid competition he was facing. But in the end, Tyler Gaffalione with a riding double, Bill Mobb with a victorious training effort here aboard the favorite.
Yeah, tough breaks for the 1 and the 5, kind of took them out of contention, out of the possibility of getting the win there. But how about Banjo Chris? We've seen him run well here before. That was a great late kick from the second place finisher in there. But yeah, congrats to the Mob Barn and Tyler Gaffalione. Bilal gets that 3rd win.
Taking a look at the Twin Spires NHC BCBC qualifier coming up on Saturday. Again, it's a big ticket contest. It costs you $1,000 to get in with 2 NHC seats guaranteed, 1 BCBC seat guaranteed, more depending on how many people enter the contest. We had a feeder today, 1 more race left to go in that feeder, but a familiar name up top the leaderboard, the bearded handicapper, Jeff Riggs from the Auxiliary Gate podcast, done some TV and some writing work with us, Kevin, at Fairgrounds, is the current leader. And we've got another feeder contest tomorrow. We'll see if Riggsy takes another shot, but certainly worth getting in. Tomorrow's feeder, Kevin, $100. Today was just win place, but opening up the wagering menu for tomorrow's contest.
Yeah, the wagering menu goes to win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, daily double. So you've got your arsenal to choose from. And again, you want to think about what that winning number is, how much you want to get to, how are you going to get there, find your strong opinions, devise a game plan, and execute, Joe. Execute.
Yeah, no doubt. 8 races on the card tomorrow. Got to play at least 5 of them. So make sure you check out the rules, enter these contests. You're playing the races anyway. Take your shot at earning a berth into the big contest coming up on Saturday and the bigger contests in the future, the BCBC and the NHC, the 2 most coveted prizes amongst tournament players.
Yeah, right? Those are like the Grand Slam if we had 4. What do you say? Duo Slam. What is it? And those are the big 2, right? There's some other big ones, but those are the fun ones. Those are the big opportunities to get year-changing, life-changing scores.
Yeah, no doubt about it, and bragging rights obviously as well. Let's send it down to Caitlin Free. Caitlin, a nice Wednesday card today. We always look forward to Twilight Thursdays, and we're going to have some extra fun. We're going to kick it around tomorrow.
Yes, we are going to have a very fun day coming up tomorrow. We're kind of starting to do these themes for Twilight Thursday, but we have one coming up tomorrow. It is going to be Purple Takeover. We're going to have players and coaches out from Racing FC as well as Louisville FC going to come out and hang out with us. But the second to last Twilight Thursday of the year, last one's going to be on the 26th, tomorrow the 19th, is going to be that Purple Takeover. So this is going to be very, very fun. If you're a soccer fan, if you're a fan of either one of these teams, this is going to be a great day to come out to the races. It's a very good card, but chance to meet some players and some coaches. I believe there's going to be some autograph signings. No, we're going to have the $2 beers that we always do. There's, of course, going to be food trucks as well. Churchill Downs today, tomorrow, going to start late with it being Twilight Thursday, 4 p.m. Eastern time for Churchill Downs today. So definitely going to be a fun one coming up tomorrow. Good races and some fun stuff going on at the track. But before I go ahead and throw it back to you guys, I'm going to go ahead and give you my paddock pick while I'm standing here. The 2 Desperate Proposal, who is the lukewarm favorite at 4-1 at the moment, as we just about had a loose horse here in the paddock, the 8G Eric. But we will go ahead and get back to that. But let's talk about the 2 Desperate Proposal here in this race. First time starter here for Kenny McPeak, came in on his toes. He had 2 handlers on him on either one of his sides when he walked into the paddock here. But first time starter, he definitely looks pretty fit as I get a good look at him. And the Kenny McPeak first time starters this time in the year do run pretty well. And the gift box have been okay going a mile or longer. I know Tony's a fan of the gift boxes, so Desperate Proposal going to be the paddock selection here.
Well, Caitlin, you did see I do on camera earlier, so Desperate Proposal makes a lot of sense.
Yes, I think he does.
All right, Desperate Proposal, Caitlin's pick of the paddock. Kevin, yeah, tomorrow's going to be a lot of fun with the Purple Takeover. The coach of Lou City, Danny Cruz. The coach of Racing Louisville, Bev Yanez, are going to join Caitlin Free on Churchill Downs today with an interview along with some of the players, Kyle Adams and Abby Air Craig are going to join Caitlin for some interviews as well as we theme it up. Purple Takeover. We've got the jerseys we'll be wearing on set, Caitlin out in the field. So it's nice when we combine racing with other sports and, kind of expose those players, those coaches, those individuals, and those fans to the great sport of horse racing and vice versa. I honestly don't know that much about soccer in Louisville, but I'm going to learn quite a bit tomorrow, and maybe we can get out to a game sometime soon.
Yeah, what about getting some of these Lou City players up on a horse? Maybe I bet some of them can make weight. Maybe. I bet they got the athleticism for it. All right, this too, Desperate Proposal, Joe. Handsome Pants, that's the one that really sealed the deal on blowing up that full carryover in the Derby City 6 on Saturday. That was his workmate, 3 back, August 30th. Handsome Pants outworked him. Desperate Proposal had trouble getting out of the gates, very slow from the gates that day, but showed a big stride in the stretch, really showed his talent. Handsome Pants waited for him a little bit, then just put him away in that work. Good to see that next work there on the 6, a little bit quicker from the gate. I didn't get to see that one firsthand with my eyes, but two works since that one. Getting betting here. Desperate Proposal seems dangerous.
$37,000 Keeneland September R&A. The Connections, Pat Madden, the breeder, decided to keep gift box 5 for $40 first crop as of September 15th. So off to a pretty decent start as in his second career. You went to the number 6, a long shot here. Il Marchesi for John Ennis. John Ennis, really good with second-time starters, pops with debuters on occasion, but there's some pedigree here that certainly seems to be intriguing.
Yeah, this is the first full from sheer class, out of sheer class, but she ran huge on debut. Her best effort going 6 furlongs at Del Mar. Didn't get the win that day, but ran an 84 speed figure. So I think the precocity is there. Hard spun's not necessarily, 10% I think with their first time starters, but look at the work tab. This one's moving sharp in the mornings. Edgar Morales, John Ennis, they've been teaming up nicely. I thought we'd get a price because I think the market tends to reflect that second time out for Ennis is a more likely chance to get it done. But in what seems to be a wide open field, I think Il Marchesi at 15-1 is worth a shot.
Lots of prices here. 4-1 current favorite is the 2. We've talked about Desperate Proposal. Go to my top pick, the 8 G Eric for Donnie K. Von Hemmel. This one debuted in an open maiden special weight. This is an auction restricted maiden special weight here. So a drop in class and a sneaky one at that. This horse was awkward away from the starting gate, was roused midway through the far turn, hung 5 wide off of it, made up some ground. Racetrack did favor off the pace types in the mud on July the 29th, but I thought it was a pretty good debut, lesson learning debut. Again, a field of 12 that day, maiden special weight, now in this auction restricted event today. 4-1 in the morning line. The morning line favorite, Mike Battaglia, kind of punting on this race, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, I think G. Eric is a great pick in here, Joe. I mean, it's a good price. Macero, I would argue maybe ran the best in the Iroquois on Saturday. True Violence next out winner. Shan next out winner for Steve Asmussen. Snap Call, very, very good runner. I'm not sure if we've run since then, but tough beginning on that day in the mud. Oklahoma bred, it just got question marks there, but we've seen some good ones come from that state. Okie from Muskogee. Dialed in Colt, maybe second time is the key.
Yeah, True Violence won at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Kenny's little brother. Move on to the number, let's go to the 3 next. Dual Income for Joe Orsino. Fresh face here. He's got some horses over at Trackside. This one was 7th on debut at Monmouth, going 6 furlongs. Very awkward start. Was kind of ridden along at the back and made up some ground late. Wide on the far turn and even wider off of it. The pedigree suggests that going longer probably is what this horse wants to do. 20-1, Kevin, amongst a lot of square prices and long shots. He's the biggest price on the board.
Yeah, surprised to see that. DJ Stable owned, Joe Orsino trained. Entice, not that good with first-time starters, about 9%, but overall with 2-year-olds, 17%. So they need that one to get their education. Corrales, you got to think that he could have been up on Out of the Clouds. He was up on that Asmussen trainer last time. You never know with those games. It's always sort of a guessing. So good to see him wind up on this one. That's a very fair price.
Out of the Clouds, ran into maybe the best 2-year-old we saw, Summer at Ellis. Jury's out on East Avenue moving forward, but he looked great that day. And out of the clouds now, dropping from that open maiden special weight into this restricted maiden auction race, off of that race under his belt, in which he should improve off of it. The dam was a very productive New York bred. Hasn't been great as a broodmare so far. Quickly, anybody else in this race at a price?
Anybody else, Joe?
Anybody
This is a
else.
wide open race.
There
I mean,
you
if they
go.
are going to bet Desperate Proposal down, I mean, he could romp. You just don't know, but he's had gate troubles. He might not get out cleanly. You need to get out clean to win a race at this level.
Pick 6 carryover tomorrow. It'll be a 10%er from today, 143,000. Best of luck and good luck in the finale.
On the track for the 9th race, number 4 is 4 over. Tens of gelding, 7 minutes. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached a starting gate. It is post time. Waiting for Real Conviction, Kai Du Declare, and Reb. They're in the gate. And they're off. Some crowding down inside. Dual Income and Desperate Proposal took the worst of it. Out of the clouds, breaks near the top, and Golden Ice does too. Here comes Optical from the far outside, racing up to join them as well. So up the chute they go, quarter mile from the gate to the main track or so, and it's Optical who steps out to lead the way. Il Marquez is up into second now, and then it's Kaidu Declare racing in third. Golden Eyes toward the inside fourth. Dual Income is fifth. Desperate Proposal advancing smartly toward the inside. Oh, and then had to check hard. Desperate Proposal checked very hard down the backstretch run. So it is Optical the leader, and Il Marquez is racing in second. Dual Income three wide racing third down the backstretch. Kaidu Declare far outside fourth. Out of the clouds is now fifth. And then it's Real Conviction in sixth. Golden Ice is down inside seventh. G. Eric is racing in eighth. Reb is ninth. Desperate Proposal moving up from 10th. And out sprinted so far is Deputy AP. The quarter in 23 and 2 to a 46 and 4/2 mile. Optical trying to shake loose on the far turn and does so. Opens up a length and a half as they run for the top of the stretch. Dual Income's in an all-out drive trying to keep second. Real Conviction rolls up and grabs that spot. Kaitu de Glare is back into fourth. Reb is racing fifth. Optical first by 5. Optical turned it on off the turn and is in front by double digits. Dual Income is back into second. Kai Du Declare trying to run up and grab that spot, but Optical finished full of run and wins by nearly a dozen. Optical first. Kai Du Declare was second. Dual Income was third. Reb was fourth, and Real Conviction finished fifth. 9 Optical was first. 10 Kai Do Declare was second. 3 Dual Income was third. 11 Reb was fourth. And 5 Real Conviction fifth. Not official. Optical is a 2-year-old son of City of Light from Espresso and a check by Medaglia d'Oro, owned by Don't Tell My Wife Stables. Trained by Keith DeSormo, the winning jockey James Graham, the time 135.65. That's it for live racing on this Wednesday. We're back in action tomorrow. Twilight Thursday tomorrow. First post is 5 p.m. We will see you then. Have a good night. in the gate. And they're off. Some crowding down inside. Dual Income and Desperate Proposal took the worst of it. Out of the clouds, breaks near the top, and Golden Ice does too. Here comes Optical from the far outside, racing up to join them as well. So up the chute they go, quarter mile from the gate to the main track or so, and it's Optical who steps out to lead the way. Il Marquez is up into second now, and then it's Kaidu Declare racing in third. Golden Eyes toward the inside fourth. Dual Income is fifth. Desperate Proposal advancing smartly toward the inside. Oh, and then had to check hard. Desperate Proposal checked very hard down the backstretch run. So it is Optical the leader, and Il Marquez is racing in second. Dual Income three wide racing third down the backstretch. Kaidu Declare far outside fourth. Out of the clouds is now fifth. And then it's Real Conviction in sixth. Golden Ice is down inside seventh. G. Eric is racing in eighth. Reb is ninth. Desperate Proposal moving up from 10th. And out sprinted so far is Deputy AP. The quarter in 23 and 2 to a 46 and 4/2 mile. Optical trying to shake loose on the far turn and does so. Opens up a length and a half as they run for the top of the stretch. Dual Income's in an all-out drive trying to keep second. Real Conviction rolls up and grabs that spot. Kaitu de Glare is back into fourth. Reb is racing fifth. Optical first by 5. Optical turned it on off the turn and is in front by double digits. Dual Income is back into second. Kai Do Declare trying to run up and grab that spot, but Optical finished full of run and wins by nearly a dozen. Optical first. Kai Do Declare was second. Dual Income was third. Reb was fourth, and Real Conviction finished fifth.